Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 27 allies. We are going up against 25 enemies. Should be okay. Let's see. Tramp Royale, welcome to the battle. Starts with losing their units but getting 5 kills. Gets pushed to second place by UFlip. And Abk is no longer in third as Star takes over third. So we've got UFlip in first, Trap in second, and oh, that's awesome. It's now in third, now in second, and with that, we are done. Alrighty, good way to start the morning. UFlip is in first place, 7 kill, 4 assists, earning top position in both categories. That's awesome! Is in second place, 5 kill, 1 assist, and Tramp Royale is in third with 5 kills. We have rogues that no one is currently claiming. So, UFlip, you get the rogues. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the token chest. And Necromancer's been placed, so I need to waste everybody's time by placing flag bearers. 3 of them, so it won't be too long. Alrighty, so it is past 8. I need to check the shop. Anything not level 29. Okay, oh, I'm above 20k. I gotta refresh. And I get that. All right. Okay, so back to the battle, and in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And now to check in on the viewer's side, where anything not level 1 gets purchased. I have very few things left that are not level 1. There's one here. Oops. No. Oh well. No, that's right. And that was it. And good morning, everyone. Good morning on Twitch and YouTube. Welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week started well for all of you. I hope you had a good day yesterday. I hope you are still energized because there's a fair bit to go for the week. And yeah, that's about it. Nothing much to say on my side. Quiet life, which is what I like. This morning, being Tuesday, is Read and Corrects. For those who have not been here before on a Tuesday, that is when I read a chapter from one of my books, one of my stories, because they're not all from published books or books that will be published, and I correct it as I go. Since I record this while I'm doing it, I do not pay attention to the chat while I am doing that. Any question, comments, and anything else will be addressed once I'm done. And should the chapter run long, the Stream Raider battle will be pushed back. To prevent that from happening, I will start the whole show going now by confirming my microphone is on, turning off. Oops, tie should be taking place. Wait a minute, right. Okay, see, this is what happens. I'm not supposed to be walking while doing this because it adds noise to the recording. But I am so used to write walking when I start my writing. That okay. So microphone is on. Desktop audio is off. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you're looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 50 of Breaking Step. Has anyone seen Dawn? Tibbs asked as he sat at the table. The sorcerer's seat was unoccupied. The others shook their head. Can't you tell where is it? Where what? Where he is. Can't you tell where he is? Jekyll asked between bites. Tibbs was the one shaking his head this time. He wasn't at the house he stayed in last time. The owner had confirmed what Tibbs' sense told him. He would know you found him. He wouldn't know you already found him there, Commodore said. He then ran the roofs for a while, but the only source of corruption he'd come across was the pool. He'd even gone there to check in case Dawn was using it to mask his presence. Then he'd gone to the other places he'd expect the sorcerer to be in, since he couldn't sense the whole of the town. And hadn't found him by the time he decided sleep was the better option. Has Dawn been in since last night? Tibbs asked the server as she placed a plate and tankard before him. The last time he was eating with you, she said. That had been before the run. He'll turn up, Mez said. Not if he's at the guild, Jekyll pointed out. Wouldn't the guards be here by now? The archer asked. Maybe he's letting Tibbs stew and worry. The fighter replied, you know how Dawn is. The guild building was one place he couldn't sense from the outside, and not well inside because of all the weaves that made it out. Dawn might be hiding there, but that would mean he at least suspected Tibbs could sense people and track them that way. The sorcerer was smart, but had Tibbs done anything that could lead him to think that? As far as Tibbs could determine, Dawn was not within the guild building. His excuse to go had been a training session with Alistair, but his way of determining it had been to ask around if anyone had seen Dawn, as with the server, anyone who had seen him before their run. Can multiple people work on the same etching? Tibbs asked while practicing forming Jeer. Of course, Alistair replied. Anyone who has learned a specific etching can then make it. No, I mean on the same etching at the same time. You mean rituals? Tibbs shrugged. It wasn't like he'd asked the Dragaling what it was called. That's more the area of weaving, his teacher said, because etching requires sustained focus to determine its effect, and that's difficult to achieve with multiple people involved. Unless they were created by the same dungeon and might have the same way of thinking. Now, his teacher said, use that focus of yours. No, use that focus on your practice instead of asking questions. Are you sure? Lamberto asked. What? Tibbs asked back, looking at the noble rogue and the lock he held. Lamberto had found him at the inn and asked if Tibbs had the time to help him train. More because Lamberto had asked than because he felt he needed the distraction, Tibbs had agreed. Okay, I'd bothered asking. No, that's not... okay. Instead of demanded. More because Lamberto had asked, instead of demanded, than because he felt he needed the distraction, Tibbs had agreed. Are you sure this is the tension bar I should use? He took a thin one from his roll of tools. It seems flimsy. Why had he told him to use that one? Had he said that? Which one do you think you should use? You might as well turn this into a different lesson then. You're distracted. Number two ran a finger over the set of tension bars from the thinnest to the thickest, discreetly watching Tibbs, who didn't react. He took one, compared it to the lock's opening, then another. Trouble with a teammate, Tibbs finally admitted, as Lamberto inserted it and then selected a pick. Those happen, Tibbs. Tibbs sensed the rogue move the pick and test the tumblers. My brother... okay, right. The reason I don't really care for this here is that it strongly gives the impression that Tibbs is the one talking. And the fact that the sense part was just to keep the focus on what Lamberto is doing, but so I don't need it per se. Does happen. The nobles, that becomes a comma. That is no longer capitalized. Does happen, the noble said, moving the pick and testing the tumblers. My brothers are always bickering about the team. If father led them, they'd each go off and form their own. Why won't he? Tibbs was surprised. Silas had seemed to defer to Paladin for every decision during their run. Punishment, I think. Lamberto loosened the tension too much and the tumblers unset. Their rivalry played a part in why we had to move here, so he's forcing them to work together. That's going to get you killed. I don't think so, he replied with confidence, then was quiet as he went back to testing the tumblers. They've realized that if we don't work together, we aren't going to make it through. So they set that aside. Them, yeah, I know them. I was referring to rivalry, but I don't like it. So they set that aside for the runs. He smirked, but it might be because the lock clicked open. Then they picked those right up once we're done. He pulled the shackle, turned it, and locked it again. I'm sure your teammate will set the problem aside for your next run. Tibbs wished he believed that, but after 4 days of the occasional search amidst everything else, keeping him busy and no success in locating the sorcerer, he was worried about what he might be planning. Tibbs sensed the gamma level. The gamma level with Earth as their element. The gamma level person. Like, he can't tell the difference between a clerk and an adventurer. All he can tell are levels. So, let's go. He's going to suppose it's an adventurer, which I need to address. Tibbs sensed the gamma level adventurer with Earth as their element approached the inn, and he considered running. That there was only one was to his advantage, but gamma meant he didn't know what it meant, other than the guild thought it was all that they needed to bring him in. Was that because Dawn hadn't worked out enough to provide an accurate description of Tibbs's ability? Or because there was so much more Tibbs didn't know about higher ranking adventurers? The latter, he decided. Dawn wouldn't underestimate him at this point. So he stayed in his seat, but put most of the papers in his satchel. No point in looking like he was ready to go, but he didn't want to delay this any more than he had to. He only had the week's account when the adventurer stopped at the table and waited. And I do address it, so I guess I just forgot to put it up previously. What he saw of him out of the corner of his eyes didn't fit an adventurer. So he looked up at the fidgeting clerk. He was well dressed and had the medallion around his neck that Tibbs had worked out only the higher ranked clerk had. Clerks, plural. Higher ranked clerks had. Mr. Lightfinger? He almost stammered. Had he meant for it to be a question? He continued in a trembling voice. I've been tasked with escorting you to Guild Leader Tarania's office. Was he scared? It's such an honor. Tibbs stared, and the Med fidgeted more. This was not the behavior he'd expected of someone tasked with bringing him in. But he'd also expected Irdian to be the one who Tibbs would be taken to. With Tirania, he might be able to minimize the damage Dawn had caused him. Maybe even turn it to his advantage by offering his service to her? No, that wouldn't work. He wasn't some adventurer in the wild. The guild owned him. He put the last papers in the satchel and stood. He handed it to Krosef as they walked by. See to it Daran gets it, he continued before the server got over his surprised expression. Over surprised. Yeah, I don't need... He doesn't get over the expression. He got over his surprise. He'd written a note informing the merchant to take over as best as he could if he didn't hear from Tibbs in a few days. However this turned out, Tibbs didn't see getting out of this without some time in the cells. Can I ask you something? The clerk asked uncertainly. Tirania had picked an odd one to bring Tibbs in. Was this to set him at ease? Make him think there was a chance he could run? Did you really go into the dungeon alone to take on that renegade? There was an odd eagerness to the tone. I know you protected Kragglrock. I was here for the last attacks. But I'd never think a runner would go in and defend a dungeon. Not after the way it's used. It's used to make your life miserable. What was the man after? Tibbs admitting without considering Stowe a friend? About considering Stowe a friend? That Stowe was a person after a fashion instead of just some creature? He couldn't refuse to answer, so he settled on a mix of it and lies. I didn't go in to save the dungeon. I wanted to keep Bardic from doing something he'd get punished for. We were friends, or I thought we were. Did you know he was planning on destroying it? This couldn't be about making him an accomplice, could it? They had Bardic already. No, I figured he was up to something, but us rogue always are. Yes, you are. The man laughed and seemed finally at ease. Like you and that racket of yours. Tibbs heard the sarcasm in the word. If the commander didn't have a sword planted so firmly up his ass, he'd see that you're just doing the same thing his guards are. No, same thing as his guards. You're only going about it in a way that those who don't trust him can accept. I don't think Irdian would see anything with that up there. The man looked at him surprised, then burst out laughing. No, I guess he'd be busy dealing with the pain. Although, with metal as an element, he might not have to feel it. He might not have to feel it. I can minimize damage. The damage Earth attacks cause me, he added at Tibbs's raised eyebrow, and he's much stronger than I am. You don't like him much, you risk. This had to be about getting Tibbs to be at ease, so he would say something incriminating. The man sighed. I don't like his type. More interested in the rules than doing good for the people living under them. That seems like an odd attitude, Tibbs said, considering you work for the guild. What do you mean? There was an eagerness to the question that felt authentic and put Tibbs on guard. Was that it? Get him to admit he hated the guild? Don could have told them that, couldn't he? The guild left us to fend for ourselves when Sebastian attacked. Oh no, they didn't. From what I was told, because the siege took place when the dungeon had closed its door, we didn't have a lot of people here, and they were busy defending guild properties from his attacks. It's why Tirania tasked you and Dawn with banding the runners to defend the city, isn't it? There was no light on any of the words. This man believed everything he'd been told about how things had supposedly gone down. Was he really what he seemed like? Some person overly eager to meet Tibbs, to meet the hero of Kragglrock? There was something of Lamberto the first time they met. In the man's smile and tone. He nodded. All he'd do in trying to convince this man he'd been lied to about the events. All he'd do in trying to convince this man he'd been lied to was about the events was to make himself sound desperate to turn him against the guild. He'd seen how those inside it were. Even Alistair, with all his good intentions, went along with how the guild worked. Tib saw no result of his claim of trying to change things from the inside. His guard kept talking, an eager recounting of Tibbs's exploit, wrapped within an altered version of what had taken place. The guild didn't outright claim he and Dawn had acted purely under its instruction, but there was a strong hinting that Tyrania had been the guiding hand behind every element of defense that had taken place. In the distance, he sent someone with corruption appear within his sense as they exited the guild building, and just the guild. It would be Dawn. The power level matched, and the only other Tibbs could think would be here were the corruption sorcerers, but they would be by the pool and much stronger than the one now walking away. So Dawn hadn't wanted to be there to witness Tibbs being brought in. It made sense. The sorcerer wasn't brave, and he couldn't know what Tibbs might be capable in the seconds they were together, and people still underestimated him. The thing was, Tibbs realized, he didn't want to hurt Dawn. There was anger, but mainly disappointment. He'd wanted to talk things out this time. He tried, but it was a sorcerer who had managed to stay hidden, probably in the guild, and had caused things to escalate. The man vanished from his sense as he walked out of Tibbs's range amid one of the small merchant plaza that were becoming numerous. Still, Tibbs would do what he had to turn the situation to his advantage, even if it meant making Dawn seem like someone whose mind had been eaten by the dungeon. How far he could push the idea Dawn had lied to them would depend on if the guild had a way to know if Tibbs had more than one element. He couldn't see how they would, as far as the guild was concerned. It was impossible to gain more than one element, or so everyone had told him. Most of whom were people within the guild, or who got their information from someone inside the guild. Maybe going in was not a good idea. He considered running as the building came into view, but there were now a lot more people with elements in the street, on its side and among the alleys. Some were runners, but there were a lot of people with much stronger elements among them. And were those watching him and his escort? Were they there because this was Tibbs's last chance to run? They'd stop him if he tried, and he would have branded himself as guilty of whatever Dawn had told them. Since Tyrania was who Tibbs was going to see there, this is literally a repeat of before. So let's move that here. Yeah. And, it's shown, okay. Running wasn't needed. Since Tyrania was who Tibbs was going to see, and he'd shown himself to be her ally, so, and that's no longer needed. Running wasn't needed, right? They entered the guild building without fanfare, without much of anything. Greetings were exchanged, some waved and a few pointed, but it was all much as like any time Tibbs had walked in. Everyone within the guild seemed to know each other. No one followed or took position around them as they proceeded through the corridors until they reached a door Tibbs could tell was Tyrania, since Tyrania's sense he was no longer affected by the weave of confusion that were in the walls. His escort nodded and gave him a smile. Was that supposed to be encouraging? knocked, not nodded, knocked, and gave him a smile. Is that supposed to be encouraging? Come in. His escort opened the door and motioned for him to enter. She looked up from the paper she read, her expression wary. The stack of them on her desk was thick. Sit, she ordered, then went back to reading. Could all those be because of what Don had told her? Had he been here all this time? Not hiding, as did thoughts, but telling his story, whatever that was? And that concludes chapter 50 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is available on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, that's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, that is done. Let's update stuff before I forget. Okay, then we are going to... Please don't crash today. I really don't feel like dealing with that. That is getting uploaded. Ah, there you are, Brush. Actually, let's flip you too. Mike, you're about to go. There, that is done. We will be doing that. Let's bring that up. And I got 3 or so minutes. Huh. You know what? I wonder something. I'll have to look into that after. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 23 allies. We are going up against 37 enemies. Taliadub starts in the lead. Scribble in second. Awesome is in third. Genimon takes over third, pushing Awesome back, but Awesome takes third again. Taliadub is still in first. Skirtle is in second. Awesome is in third. Wow, I got an assist. My flag bearer got 1 assist. He's not totally useless. Awesome jumps into second place. Genimon is in third. Taliadub is in first. And I believe we are done. We have won. Taliadub is in first place with 16 kills, 3 assists. That's awesome! Is in second place, 3 kill, 12 assists. And Genimon is in third, 1 kill, 7 assists. We have barbarians, healers, and busters. And nobody claiming them at this time. Person with kanji as a name gets the barbarian. Skrd de Bol, you get healed, and Genimon is busted. And we move on to a very hard battle before the token chest. Alrighty, another flag bearer. And not a lot of people. You know what? We're going to start ourselves right here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty, so I will start on another chapter by confirming my microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 51 of Breaking Step. Tib sat still as Tirania read. For the first time, she didn't look calm. As she read, the weariness was at time replaced with angry glares at the papers, shakes of the head. There's a comma here, and muted curses. What had Don said to make her react this way? He'd expected mostly disappointment. He had claimed to be her ally, after all, so she'd have expected him to come to her with what he could do. Anger? There might be some at him being able to do something the guild thought impossible, maybe something she'd want to be able to have for herself, but not so much as to make her throw the papers she held on the stack hard enough to topple it and have them slide off the desk. This is just too much to deal with, she muttered, definitely angry. Fought the urge to swallow as she turned that look on him. He reminded himself that he had something she wanted. He could bargain if he couldn't undo what Don had said, and He had light, so she wouldn't be able to trick him into admitting things Don might not have been sure about. What? He asked, realizing he'd missed the words in his eagerness to notice any light on them. She shook her head and chuckled. When had the anger left her face? It's not that important. She looked at the spilled paper in annoyance this time. Had she emphasized that? Just something I need to deal with. Had she emphasized I, or had he imagined it? He nodded and did his best to seem calm. Having her look at him in silence didn't make it easy. If she was trying to unnerve him, he hoped he wasn't letting on how well it was working. Aren't you going to ask why you're here? The amusement looked genuine, but then again, she was letting him stew. She probably hoped he'd break just from nerves. I figured you'd tell me, he replied, and thought he sounded disinterested. And just when I counted on your unending curiosity to get things going, she chuckled and leaned back in her chair. The dungeon closed its door. His mouth was open, the protest already formed when what she said registered. He managed to close it before revealing he had no idea what this was about anymore. Was it a trap? Trying to have him admit to speaking with Stowe? To him being someone... this is a repeat of what just happened last summer. This is part of what happens when, because I take days between writing, like I will sometimes forget. Was it a trap? Trying to have him admit to speaking with Stowe? But Don had no way to even guess at that, and there was no light on the words. I didn't know, he finally admitted. It only happened a short time ago. Word will spread quickly enough. I wanted to be sure you and Don knew early so you could beat the crowd looking to leave. She placed a bracelet on the desk. Don was already here, training, and I'm glad you were brought here quickly. Training? No light on the words, so she wasn't lying. Maybe he'd done that after, spilling everything to her as an excuse to remain within the protection of the guild's enchantment. Like last time, it won't turn black. Red will tell you the dungeon's door has opened. Of course, your team won't be able to go in until you're back. Only none of the words had light on them. Wait, what? Great. Another phrase seemed to vanish every so often. That's interesting. No. Okay. I have no idea what I meant there, but this works. Was it so he'd think he had a chance to run if he was willing to sacrifice his team? Only none of the words had light on them. Everything she said was true. Or, since Dunn would have told her he had light as an element, she had something that let her lie without him being able to tell. Well, sorry, he whispered. I'm just surprised. What if Dunn hadn't told her anything? What if Tibbs had again jumped to the conclusion Dunn would think of himself first just because he could say it was the sorcerer. He could say it was what the sorcerer would have done before, and it would be true. But since joining his team, what had Don done that gave him reasons to think that was what he'd do? The sneering and insulting he'd slung at Tibbs and his team while angry? Tibbs had returned just as vicious. He shook himself and took the bracelet, but before he stood, he needed to know something. What are those about? He nodded to the paper. You didn't look happy to read them. Guild business, she replied with a tired sigh. Things I'm trying very hard not to have cause problems. No light, but also not something that told him anything. I thought it was about me, he risked, and she chuckled. I'm sorry, Tibbs, but as impressive as you are, you don't warrant so much paperwork. But there was a report in there about you breaking into the repository. Her expression turned serious. What were you thinking? He shrugged. Hirdian confiscated my stuff. I wanted to see if I could get it back. She stared at him, then looked through the papers still on the desk, taking one and reading it. How were you going to take 6 crates out by yourself? That was just to find out where my stuff was. 6 crates? Had you had that much stuff there? It had been spread about, armors, weapons, and tools on any surfaces, divided by what could be used and what needed to be repaired. She put the page on the desk with a nod. You're not telling me to stay out of there? Tibbs, she said with a smile. I'm impressed you made your way in. If you can also figure out how to take even one item out of the repository, it's going to speak of a flaw in our security so large it would bring expert from Citadel itself. That would warrant a stack of paper about you. I guess Marger would have to come too. Could he use that to get him here? Maybe he'd want to speak with Tibbs directly? It wouldn't have to come to that. She glanced at the papers, and worry crossed her face. He has enough to do without needing to come here. He was tempted to ask what worried her about the papers. Maybe he could offer to help her resolve them, ingratiate himself deeper, use that to make sure Marger came. Only he was just a water runner, weaker than almost everyone than everyone else she had access to. He stood, turning the bracelet in his fingers. Is Don going anywhere? He had to catch him. He had to catch him before he left. This felt like he needed to apologize to the sorcerer again, and he wasn't delaying this time. He didn't say. Then he needed to hurry. Thank you. He laughed and hurried out of the guild, placing the bracelet in his regular pouch. He'd sensed as far as he could, but no corruption, sorcerer. There was the pool, but that was in the opposite direction than he'd sensed Don walking when he left the guild. He hurried in that direction. He just needed to sense him, then he'd be able to run. Why was this town so abyss large now? There, just at the edge. He turned and ran. Wasn't there an artisan market around there? That would mean a tavern where they could sit and talk. At least now he had sensed him. Nothing would keep Tibbs from making his apology. And where are you going? And where are you heading to in such a hurry? Tibbs ducked under the hand that reached for him and turned, forming a sword. He didn't have time for this. The other man also stopped. You don't want to do that. He had no element, and only his black boots had a weave about through them, something dense, but it would be for stealth and speed, right? And a small item in his coin pouch. That weave was much thinner, but Tibbs didn't take it for granted. Weaker didn't mean less dangerous. He had knives hidden, along with the one at his belt. No, I don't. He had something more important to take care of. Don't run, the man said as Tibbs tends to do that. You do, and I'm not chasing you. Instead, I'm going to the guild and telling them everything you can do. Tibbs froze. Maybe he didn't have a choice but to deal with him. His running had taken them to the alleys, and there was no one close by. He formed a shield. With this many knives, the man had to be good with them. Metal might not be able to hurt Tibbs, but after the bone sword, he wasn't taking for granted someone threatening him might not have something unusual enough he couldn't sense it. Before you decide that killing me and burning my body is your only recourse, I wrote everything I know down and left the letters in the hand of someone I trust. If I don't take it back from him, he will deliver it to the guild leader. No light on the words, so that part was true. And before you deny everything, he continued, that Tibbs was about to protest he was just a water rogue. The last time we interacted, I was on a roof shooting arrows at you while you flew. You gestured in my direction, and a gale sent me tumbling down. I broke my arm, leg, and my favorite bow. That was someone using air essence, but your eyes are blue, which is water. If you were a sorcerer, you could justify using two element, but you're a rogue. So that's something the guild will like to know. No light. Being shot while flying. He'd only flown while chasing Sebastian after the siege. That time wasn't clear since he'd been so busy having fun, but he remembered arrows, being annoyed that they were interrupting his game. There had been an archer dressed in black, and Tibbs had sent win at him. What do you want? So he'd deal with this, then reach dawn. The sorcerer hadn't moved. Your help? Tibbs narrowed his eyes. You don't come asking for help by threatening blackmail. You'd be surprised how often that's the only way to get someone harboring secrets to help. Everyone has secrets. True, but few people have the kinds of secrets you do. This wasn't going to be dealt with quick. Fine. I'll meet you at the Broken Tankard after I'm afraid this isn't waiting, Tibbs. You leave and the guild finds out about you. They'll start looking. Find about you. You leave and the guild finds out about you. I'm sure they'll then start looking for more. You aren't making me want to help you. The man smirked. I don't care if you want to help me. I just need you to understand that I respect the threat you represent enough to have taken precautions. I know enough about you to know better than threaten your friends, so whatever happens here, it stays between us. He chuckled. Not that I'd hurt Jackal. There's still too much riding on that kid. Tibbs couldn't think of a way to not have to do this, so his best option was to hurry it along. Fine, I'm listening. He observed the sword and shield. Let's go somewhere more conductive to a conversation. Tibbs followed the man out of the alley and onto streets in one of the poorer area by how the buildings weren't well maintained. All that was left of the sign over the door they entered was a few chain links. Inside it was dark with smells of ale and varied smokes wafting in the air. The woman behind the counter eyed them suspiciously until the man handed her a copper for 2 tankard. Then they headed for a table in the corner. The man sat facing the door, and Tibbs sat next to him. He wasn't putting his back to the people in the room, even if he could sense them. It would invite trouble. I used to have a good thing, the man said, sipping at the tankard. Before you ask, I didn't work for Sebastian. He was my job, keeping an eye on him, reporting what he did to my employer. It had the air of familiarity, but Tibbs couldn't place where he might have heard it. One sip of the ale and he put the tankard down. He didn't sense corruption in it, but he closed his eyes and suffused himself with purity for a second, just in case the atrocious taste hit poison. I'm not what you'd call a follower of the law. My employer's power, on top of Sebastian's, gave me the freedom to do as I wanted, within the confine of the jobs. And before you ask, I'm not as bad as some Sebastian employed. My employer understood that I'd have to break his laws as part of the job, but there were things he wouldn't abide. I couldn't kill wantonly, for example. His laws, in Sebastian's employ, but to spy on him, his favorite beau. You're who warned Jackal Sebastian was planning something. You were among Harry's guards. You shot that runner who tried to force the attendant to take him away. The man nodded. You work for a king. What do you need me for? What do you need my help for? Jackal told you? He seemed amused. The thing about working for kings is that they look at someone like me as a long-term agent. With this job over, since Sebastian's dead, he's going to find me someone else to spy on, probably whoever is poised to take over for Sebastian. So, it's what you do? It's what I did, he corrected, looking in his tankard, then putting it down. I worked for Sebastian for a long time, and it didn't take him long to figure out the king had put me there. So he made it a game of seeing how far he could push me. What could he get me? What he could get me to do against the king and the city as part of maintaining my cover. Yeah, that's going to be a statement. Doesn't it make the whole thing worthless if Sebastian knew the truth? The man smiled. Here's the thing about people like Sebastian. Even when they know the truth, their ego is such you can keep playing them. And I did. Sebastian played me, I played him, the king probably played both of us. I was getting paid handsomely, and that was all that mattered to me then. But not anymore. The man nodded. So go, he chuckled. I guess it looks that easy to someone like you. Tibbs shrugged. Take what's important and leave. At least you understand that part. That's good. The man's smile changed, and Tibbs suspected he wasn't understanding him at all. The important part for me is the other part for me is how I've been able to live. Sebastian and the king both paid me well. That's gone now. And if I go to the king for what I earned, you want coins. Tibbs said, understanding what this was heading for and not liking it. I want coins, the man confirmed. Tibbs stood. Get someone else. Don hadn't moved. Tibbs, the man warned. He put his hand on the table and leaned forward. I'm not some thief you get to steal from a king or anyone else. Anyone can do that for you. I'm not stealing from the king, the man said. I'm not suicidal. And this is going to help you too. I don't need coins. Like everyone, he could use more of them, considering everything he had going on, a lot more. But he wasn't agreeing to anything this man was offering. But you need those attacks on you in your city to end, don't you? Tibbs narrowed his eyes. What was he playing at? I want the coins Sebastian is using to pay those people that keep causing you problems. There's been a lot of people, Tibbs said. That's going to be a lot of jobs. It's going to be one job. Nothing the man said had been a lie, but it wasn't like the attacks were that much of a problem anymore. The closest one of the would-be assassin had come to killing him and resulted in him gaining metal as an element. It had made the following attempts much more of a bother than anything else. And for all his complaining about Irdian, he had the guards on top of nearly every attempt to cause trouble in his town. What they missed, his rogues caught. In the distance, he sensed Dawn move away. There was the problem of this man telling the guild. Could he convince Tirania he wasn't true if it came from a stranger she didn't know? Did she know him? The man worked for a king, had been in the city among the guards to undermine them. Kings feared the guild. Would he have risked Tirania's anger if she found out one of his people had caused trouble? She probably wouldn't have cared, but would the king know that? Don wasn't heading for the transportation platform, so he had time. He sat. I'm listening. And that concludes chapter 51 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, as well as the other 2 books in the series, or maybe more if you're reading this, if you're not reading this live, as it's posted, that is on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of wherever Royal Road is at and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Rap Kid, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And congrats on the words. All right. Of course I did that. All right. That means I need to redo things. This is what happens when I'm in a hurry. Okay, well, let's go back here. That is what okay. Actually, I could simply have changed the file, I'm realizing, because oh, the text would have been fine. Oh well. It's being posted. Can go to this, and that goes there. remember to upload that to Oil Road. Right. To send this through here. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 28 allies. We are going up against 19 enemies. And we start with Jessica in first place. Meow Meow is in second. Sigma is in third. Meow Meow takes over first. Olio Dub is in second. Jessica's now in third. As we have decimated the bulk of the enemies. I have one assist again. Wow. Confirmation that the flag bearer is not entirely useless. Let's see. Meow Meow's in first. Olio Dub is in second. And Meow Meow kills the epic, bringing the battle to an end. Meow Meow is in first place, 3 kill, 9 assists. Tolio Dub is in second place, 3 kills, 7 assists, and Sigma OS is in third with 9 assists. We have Lego heads, we have Shinobis. We have no one interested in them at this time. Skurdable, you get the Lego head. Shaka, you get the Shinobis. And we move on to a token chest. And last flag bearer. All right, let's start here. I can finally focus on useful things after this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this will turn out. And I will start. Nobody came in? All right. So I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 52 of Breaking Step. Cold hit Tibbs as the world materialized around him. The wind pushed it in through the jacket he wore over his armor and the still unrepaired gaps in it. He imagined this was what it felt like to have ice unexpectedly yeah, unexpectedly appear in your trouser. At least Jackal's reaction when Tibbs had made that happen matched what he felt, matched how this felt. The fighter might have become immune to Tibbs's kicking his shin, but he still felt cold. Of course, he hadn't considered how direct Jackal was in dealing with problems, so his solution to removing the ice had been to pull his trousers off. Tibbs had seen his friend without them often enough while they shared the room to be unbothered, but the rest of the inn hadn't. The ensuing commotion had been amusing to Jackal, but Krosef hadn't been pleased with Tibbs for causing it. Of course it's raining, the archer grumbled, looking around beyond the column. Unlike the platform in Craggle Rock, Mountain Sea, Cadilician, as well as the other cities he traveled to in his search for where he'd been taken from, this platform had a roof connecting the pillars, keeping the rain from falling onto them. Come on, we need to get you an overcoat before this kills you. Considering the holes in the armor, that jacket isn't going to help. I'm fine, Tibbs replied sharply. He couldn't control the cold itself. It wasn't something linked to water, even if he could create it when he made ice. But he could use air to keep the wind from reaching him and making it worse. The cold that still made it through he dealt with by creating a layer of water between him and his armor and warming it with fire. You only think that, the man said, heading for the opening. The wind's going to force the rain in those holes, and you're going to get cold sick. Water is my element, he snapped, following him. The wind shoved them back as soon as they stepped into the rain, and the archer cursed. Well, I need something to keep the wind and water out. Tibbs could keep the men dry, and since he knew about air, even keep the wind from bothering him. But he didn't offer. Tibbs was in no mood to make the man's life easier after how hard he'd made Tibbs. He'd made on. Wow. Tibbs was in no mood to make the man's life easier after how hard he'd made it for Tibbs. No, he couldn't bring his team or even only Jackal. No, he couldn't delay so he could have a talk with Don. No, he couldn't tell anyone where they were going and why. It had almost been no to Tibbs getting his armor, but he'd made it clear he wasn't breaking into any building without his equipment. The archer had choice words when he saw the state of Tibbs's armor. 4 days hadn't been long enough to repair even half the damage it had suffered, but Tibbs felt better in it than even the armor he'd worn out of the dungeon. If nothing else, the hidden places that were repaired enough he could put fingers in still had their content. However the extra space worked, it had protected them. In the process of equipping himself, he distracted the archer enough to write a quick note for Jackal, then pass it to the rogue it signaled on the way in as they exited. It had only it was it had only it only had that he was leaving and with whom, since he knew nothing more, so the fighter wouldn't worry about Tibbs vanishing. So, as far as Tibbs was concerned, the archer could freeze the entire time they were here, so long as he told them which building and where in it was the safe with the coins. The archer could catch the cold sickness and die of it. Maybe once he was no longer angry at the man, he'd feel different. The archer pulled Tibbs into the first building, which sold ponchos similar to the ones they'd bought to go up the mountain in Mountainsea. But instead of being thick wool, it was thinner and coated in beeswax. He put on the one the archer bought for him, and once outside, he barely had to use essence to keep the wind and water from bothering him. The archer still had to use a hand to keep the rain out of his eyes, but they moved faster. The area had the feel of marketplace, except that instead of only booths, permanent buildings also littered the area. They looked hastily put up, but still had a sense of permanence to them. Once they left the immediate area of the platform, the buildings were made of stone, unlike Mountain Sea's large white stone or the gray ones of Cadalisian, Sayan, these came in varied colored and were roughly shaped, creating patterns as well as ample purchase for any enterprising rogue. The wide road had wagons and carts moving along it, much like Dungeonway did in Craggle Rock. Yeah, I will have to double check names because I'm pretty sure that one's wrong. In Craggle Rock, but this wasn't the largest of the road, so to the left had been one twice the width, and seemed to be the main road to the platform. Horses, cows, and other animals Tibbs didn't know pulled them. Even Mountain Sea hadn't had so many of them. The backs were covered with cloth on which the water beaded the way it did on his poncho. He easily located the city guards. The armor was visible where the poncho ended, and it created distinctive shapes. The poncho also bore the armor's color, deep blue and yellow stripes. Some marched along the crowd, but most were in doorways or awning to keep the rain off, and only a few seemed to pay attention to the people. It reminded him a lot of other guards in the cities he'd visited, and he wondered if a city needed someone like Erdian, or to follow purity, for the guards to take their work seriously. The tavern they entered was warm, nearly stifling so when compared to outside. The room was large, with half the table occupied. Ponchos and overcoats were draped over any unused chairs, as well as the pegs along the wall. A fire roared in the fireplace, and the tables closer to it had more people around them. The woman behind the bar raised a hand in their direction, then closed her mouth on noticing Tibbs. It's good to see you're still around. It's good to see you're still around, Archer, she finally said. The name glowed faintly. That's the name you're using? Tibbs asked, then realized he understood her, which meant she spoke Persetian. Had anyone else? He hadn't been paying attention. Were they in his kingdom? It's my name. More glowing words. No, it isn't. She was going to call you by your real name until she saw me. She looked at him in surprise. But wasn't that much? But it... Wasn't that much of a reach. Tibbs didn't think they were special to each other, but they were friends and had been. It had been in her expression. It had been in how her expression brightened when she saw Archer. Why did you think I might not be around anymore? He asked her. Or it is, you never reported in when your last job ended. That usually only means only mean one thing. He shook his head. It put me in a situation that's taking time to handle. I'm almost done. I'll report after that. It was fortunate that only Tibbs saw the light on those words. Who's your friend? She asked. I'm not his friend, Tibbs replied. I'm how he's handling his problem. I'm Tibbs. She looked at him. I'm Sanya. She filled 2 tankards from a barrel and placed them on the counter. To help with the cold, she told Tibbs before looking at the Archer. Isn't he young for your kind of thing? I'm a runner, Tibbs said. The drink had little of what Tibbs had gotten to recognize as alcohol. To recognize as little as the drink had little of what Tibbs had gotten to recognize in alcoholic drinks, and what it had was thin, so he took a long swallow, only to choke on how spicy it was. Not used to Jurgen beer? She asked, chuckling. Archer snorted, sipping his. They don't need it where he's from. The weather's actually nice there. Tibbs felt his face heat up from the spices and possibly other stuff. Then that spread down his body, and he could see how it would feel good to someone who felt the cold from outside. He didn't take another sip. Ale was to quench his thirst, not what this one did. You're going to want your room? I thought you expected me to be dead, he replied with a smile. She shrugged. Business has been slow. Haven't needed all the rooms yet. Maybe they were special to each other, Tibbs decided. She fetched a key and handed it to him. It had no essence in it, a long shaft and teeth. He didn't see how many in the exchange. The room was on the 4th floor, Tibbs sensed, and listened as Archer unlocked it. No unexpected sound, essence, or motion within the lock. But that didn't mean it would be simple to pick. The room was not what Tibbs expected. It was larger than Krosef's, and like his, had a single bed wide enough for 2, if they were special or planned on enjoying each other. There was a red and black carpet on the floor next to it, a chest at its foot, and a shuttered window at its side. Next to that, a small table with a wash basin and pitcher, and on the opposite wall an unlit fireplace and a desk with locked drawers by the door. Everything had a layer of dust that spoke of months without being occupied. You shouldn't have given her your real name, Archer said. You don't trust her? He motioned to the room. Seems like you should if you live here. I don't live here. This is for when I work here. It explained the dust, but Tibbs had been sure the way they talked and looked at each other meant it was none of his business. Don't you have a house? I'd think a king would pay well enough to get one. If I had one, it wouldn't be anywhere near where I expect to work. A small smile for him. Might get one after this. Far from here. Why are we here? Why are we in here? Archer moved to the fireplace, which already had wood in it, and logs beside. Don't you want to rest before the work starts? Get dry? The striker caused the sparks to catch on the shaving. I am dry. I want this done with so I can go home. You rush into this and going back might not happen. Tibbs showed the bracelet around his wrist. He'd had to put it on for the attendant to agree to take them. When this turns red, I'm leaving. If the job's not done, I'll deal with the consequences and you'll have missed your chance your chance at all those coins you're after. Archer looked over his shoulder, his hand before the growing fire. How long until that happens? I don't know, Tibbs snapped. You wouldn't let me talk to anyone so I could find out. Not that anyone would have known, but it would have made passing along a message a lot easier than counting on coming across a rogue that would notice a signal. How long did it take last time? It's never the same. They have they have to ha- they have to have they have to have told you something, he insisted. Could be as long as months, as short as weeks. Weeks. More than one? Tibbs glared at him. I don't know. The man nodded and stood, the fire firmly caught. 2 weeks is ample time. I'd rather it take less, Tibbs said. It's going to take as long as it needs. I don't want this to fail because you're in a rush. Get used to it. I never go faster than I have to, but I don't sit around doing nothing when I can be working out how to get the job done. If you want to rest, tell me where the building is so I can see how I'll break into it. With a sigh, Archer stopped in the process of taking off his poncho. Come on, I'll show you. Tibbs was impressed. That looks like a battlement. Quigley had talked about them when recounting some of how he'd ended up in the catacombs before being sent to the dungeon. Tall stone walls with parapet and guards walking them all the time. Huh. Okay, so, well, I mean, this is what Quigley has said. Tibbs had, Tibbs had seen those on city walls in his travels and could imagine a castle having them. But this building was in the city itself. The wind had died as they walked, which made the rain less of a problem. The walk had felt like they crossed Craggle Rock, that's capitalized, 5 times, and the large town, not what it was when it was only tents and a few buildings. He knew cities were big, but he wasn't sure he'd understood how big some could be. Mountain Sea hadn't felt this big. The buildings had changed as they crossed neighborhood. The quality of the work went up and down. The styles shifted. The quality had gone up steadily over the last blocks as had the attentiveness of the guards Tibbs noticed, and how many people were hiding in the shadows. He occasionally sensed an element, an adventurer, but the concentration by the concentration by the concentration. The city didn't have a dungeon, so they'd be here as part of work for the guild or for themselves, maybe visiting or earning coins without the guild finding out. So long as they weren't here protecting what Tibbs was after, he didn't have to worry about them. The building was 6 stories and all stone. It was 2 floors taller than the surrounding buildings, while with the same kind of stonework. He'd be able to climb it, but the constant guards made doing so undetected difficult. He didn't have Kumdar's ease at using darkness to hide. Jumping to the roof meant crossing the large gap. Okay, you know what? The large plaza surrounding it. A strong deterrent against most, but Tibbs could do the jump easily, even if that would require a running start and avoiding the guard that were patrolling up there. Then there were the enchantments. He had no idea what the weaves did, only that there were a lot of them, or a complex one over the entire building. Okay. How or only Russian's house. Okay. Because in the next chapter, I established that the enchantment isn't this, is weaker the higher up. Ta -ta -ta -ta. Stronger. Stronger over the first 3 floors. It wasn't to the level of what protected the guild building, but the only place he'd encountered something similar was Sebastian's house in Craggle Rock. He'd been able to bring that down, so he could do that here. But if he brought the whole thing crashing down, he wouldn't be able to get the coins, and he didn't know if losing the building would be enough to stop the attempts against his town. What is this place? He asked, unable to hide his awe. It's called the brokerage. What do they break? Archer chuckled. Broker. For the right amount of money, they'll make things happen. They make things happen. If you need someone killed and don't have an assassin handy, you pay them and they'll find one. They also make sure the work gets done if you pay well enough. How much you give them determines the quality of the work. If you want something stolen, information gathered, or decimated, they are who you pay. Whatever you need done, they can do it for you. Tibbs watched the guards patrolling the street. Why are city guards protecting them if they help crime happen? Are they corrupt? Not all of them, Archer said. Officially, the brokerage exists to help merchants establish contract with providers and buyers. They help the common folk find workers to repair their home. Nobles will use them to locate something they want and get it for them. Steal. Not always. It could be simply to buy it. But because they offer their service to everyone, it means a lot of those are the legal kind, and that offers them the luxury of helping criminals. They have so many coins, Tibbs said, that everyone is afraid of what they'll do with them if they get angered. They're more afraid of what will happen if they suddenly cease to be. Sebastian's death is still causing chaos. No one wants to add to that. Is this Jackal's city? The archer didn't answer. You know I can just ask someone what city this is, right? He'd listened and had heard enough Persitian to be confident it was a common language here. Then I can ask Jackal if that's the city he's from. And what is it going to matter? Tibbs considered it. Other than telling Jackal he'd been in his city, what was there to gain? That maybe they were from the same kingdom? Even if Jackal said they spoke Philinian where he was from? Tibbs didn't know what that sounded like, so it could be one of the other language he'd heard here. I'd just like to know, he admitted. Shellbridge. Archer answered with a sigh. And no, this isn't Jackal's city. How is Sebastian Death felt here, if it isn't his city? Did Jackal tell you his father only controlled one city? Tibbs nodded and worried Jackal had lied to him. He didn't have light when they talked about it. I'm not surprised. That boy worked too hard at not knowing anything about what his father did. Even if Sebastian's operation were limited to that city, his death would be felt elsewhere because that city is important to other places. No city exists alone. But Sebastian's criminal reach was so wide, he had an effect on your town long before he set foot there, because Harry and Jackal were there. Tibbs stated, no, because there was something there he wanted, and the thing in question happened to be his son just made him put more people on it. The thing to keep in mind is that if there was something Sebastian wanted, he reached for it. And Sebastian wanted a great many things. Can we go inside the building? Not without a good reason. You don't think wanting to know where they keep your coin is good enough? Archer smiled. I might, but they certainly won't. And that concludes chapter 52 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to know, if you want to read the story, you can do that on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, you can do that on my Patreon. And if you're looking, and if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. We have Blower Swede's clone in the chat, it seems. Okay, that takes care of that. Actually, I still need this here because I'm actually not done with it. About that. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 26 allies. We're going up against 14 enemies. Sigma's in the lead. Casby's in second. We've got Taliadub in third. Ooh, we've got somebody brave going for the boss, and well, we'll see. Let's see. Sigma's in first. Casby's in second. Q is Create. Jumps to second place. Casby takes it back. Sigma maintains the first. Wait, what? I have 2 assists? How is that possible? Flag bearers aren't that useful. Sigma's in first place. Casby's in second. Q is... Oh, wait. Salazar takes over second place. Casby gets pushed down to third. And the boss... Not the boss. The Epic is killed by Quinn, bringing us the victory. Salazar is in first place, 3 kill, 5 assist. Sigma OS is in second place with 7 assists, and Casby's in third with 6 assists. I got third! I got 3 assists! Phew. That must have been a super flag bearer. We have Berserkers, we've got Musketeers. Do we have a Bluer Swede? Bluer, where are you? Alright, well, neither are being claimed, so Quinn, you got a Musketeers, and Demi Cutie the Berserkers. And we move on. Whoa! To me collecting stuff. And a mystery battle before the skin chest. I need to kill flyers. And of course there are no flyers in here. Right. Yep, no flyers. Alright, so we're going to go through my singles, meaning this is time for a Lancer, and let's go here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Hey, Catsby! Welcome to the stream. It is the backup for the Lady Rights. So if you were to claim it as your primary, you would take priority over that. She is currently the only person having any kind of claim over the fairies. All right, you are okay. So let's bring down the date. Let's update that to today. Cats. B. Fairies. All right, you are on the list. Your clock is good for a week. And anytime I notice you in the chat, the clock gets reset. So, if you were, I know you're here pretty much every day, so I don't think that's going to be an issue for you. But, you know, at the worst, if you were to show up once a week, say hi, and leave, your clock would keep going constantly. And you'd get fairies up until you decide to stop them. All right. So I will start another chapter by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar The Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. If you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 27 of The World Which Is. Everyone, Herbert calls, as me and Sasha and our patrol at the front of our carts. Make sure your weapons are ready. He's scanning the tree lines, which feels closer to the road. We just left Court's civilization range. That means we're completely in the wilderness now, Sasha explains. Right. Settlements lower the surrounding wilderness. Grandmother told us that multiple times, and Dad can go on and on about it, since it means just stepping into the forest is more dangerous than the fields lining it. But because leaving was never my plan, I never paid too much attention. Does it mean we will be attacked? It shouldn't, she replies in a tone that makes me think she doesn't believe it. How do you know we're completely in the wilderness? I ask Herbert, who's still scanning the trees. I'm not seeing any difference. It's a scout ability, he replies. And can you tell how likely we are to be attacked? Well, we weren't on the way to Court, he answers, as if that's enough. As if that's enough of an explanation. Go for your bow, he tells me. I'm more skilled with the sword, but that'll put you in the front line, and I'm sorry to say this, but you aren't skilled enough for it. We're not like the guards in Court. We aren't trained to look after the nearest member, so you need to stay as far from the actual fighting as you can. Think of it this way, he adds as I'm about to protest. You're an archer, not a swordsman, for now. That mollifies me a little. Then he smiles, but don't worry about it. This will probably be an uneventful trip. It'd be easier to believe him if the rest of the team, as well as the drivers, weren't all on edge. Sasha taps my shoulder and we go back to our patrol. She's silent for all of it, eyes on the trees, staff in hand. Alan is going on about how she grew up, her plan, about how when she grew up, her plan was to be an acrobat, travel with carnivals while there were audience, and in the dark of the night, sneak into houses and liberate valuable items. But it wasn't to be, she has, with a theatrical sigh. The system had a calling for me that involved interacting with people more directly. Her class was messenger. I didn't have to ask, she volunteered the information. It wasn't the only thing she volunteered. I get now why she's the one handling most of the communication with the drivers and the other groups. System, does she like to talk? Then she falls silent. Equip your bow, she whispers, scanning the tree, and pick up the pace. We need to reach the others. I equip it and get an arrow ready, trying to see what she picked up as we hurry to the others. They are on alert, too, even as the carts starts slowing, which seems like the wrong thing to do. If everyone expects a problem, shouldn't they go faster to leave the area as quickly as possible? Don't you just hate the quiet? Evelyn whispers. I'm about to ask what she means. There are plenty of sounds around us when I realize those only come from the carts. The forest has fallen utterly silent. This isn't normal, is it? I whisper, and she shakes her head. Max, Herbert says, stay with Dennis. I don't need... You're going to need arrows, Max said. Whatever's coming is going to take longer than those 12 in your quiver. Don't they always? I ask. It's why you're going to want to buy them in bulk and get a larger quiver. 2 train is the minimum you want when you get on your own. We're silent as we walk beside a traveling cart, the crawling cart. I imagine I can feel the coming attack, that any minute there's going to be a system message announcing the start of the battle. Instead is the sound of trees crashing down that announces it. It's too loud to be only one, even as large as trees have to get deeper in the forest. Daz sighs. Treen, we're dealing with Strogers again. That's not a bet, Churches replies, since they're what's always in this area. You think there would be less of them at this point, considering how many we have to kill each time. More trees come crashing down. This time, I can see those in the front shudder in reaction. That's true only if the system isn't making them reproduce faster, Ellen says, which we all know it does. The wilder the plays, the faster it happens. Drivers, take cover. Max grabs and pulls me to the front of the next cart as more trees crash down. I can feel it in the ground now. He hooks his quiver so it hangs at hip height, and he points to the left of it. Stand there and take your time. The others will push them back when they break through the tree line. What you want is to max out your accuracy, he grins. Get ready for a solid boost in your skill. This isn't going to be fast. About accuracy, what's the max I can take it to? Technically, there is no maximum. Each second you take boosts it, but you want to shoot those bastards before they get through my friends. So 5 to 6 seconds is what I'd advise. Even at your skill and attributes, it's going to make each shot count. I nod, and trees fall into the front one, bringing those down with them. Behind is a long stretch of down trees, broken low, and beings, monsters. Stogers. Stoger, level 2. Stogers are a large creature evolved from docile earth elemental into being with a vicious hatred for anything not made of the same material as them. Perception check failed. The one I'm looking at is maybe half my height, but nearly as broad, and it looks to be made of stone. There are a lot of them, but also a lot of larger one. Stoger level 5. Stogers are large creatures evolved from docile earth elementals into being with a vicious hatred for anything not made of the same material. Perception check failed. And Stoger level 23. Stogers are a large creatures evolved from the docile earth elementals into being with a vicious hatred for anything not made of the same material as them. Perception check failed. Giant one at the back. Shoot! Max orders, loosing arrows, and I take one from the quiver and aim. Even with that, my first three miss. Well, the Stoger I was aiming for, miss. Well, the Stoger miss. The first 3 miss. Well, the Stoger I was aiming for. There's so many of them. Even those hits something. My fourth one hits my intended target, then motion out the corner of my eye makes me look. Chuck is running along the cart, a metal staff in hand, silver at his side. Instead of the harness or the jacket and jeans I've seen him in, the leather armor is covered with metal plates. He stops halfway between us and the fighting, then looks over his shoulder in our direction. Get ready, I'm bringing one to you. Max curses, and as I open my mouth to ask what, Chuck's gone. In his place, a larger Stoger stands there, seemingly confused. Stoger, level 8. Stogers are large creatures evolved from docile earth elemental into beings with a vicious hatred for anything not made of the same material. The same material as them. Perception check failed. In the distance, there's a boom that shakes the ground. Take it down! Max yells as it turns toward the front line. I miss 2 shots in my hurry to fire. I take a breath and take the time to aim. Daz has turned to face it, and other guards are reaching the fighting. I fire and hit. It doesn't react, and I miss 3 shots because it's all it took to annoy me. I take another breath, aim, and fight against being annoyed as I miss again. The next one hits, and my elation makes me miss the following shot. Two guards join Daz, and I put him, them, and my misses out of my mind. I try to anyway, and focus on taking an arrow, knocking it, aiming, and letting go. At first, in the Stoker, Daz is fighting, then any I see in the front line. This is like the monster wave in court. Grandmother drilled into our head that those weren't about being the one with the most kills or the most anything. It is, it's about playing our part so as many people survive as possible. When the cry sounds, it takes 2 shots to register. Both hit their target. The glancing, when I realize it's someone, that scream is reflexive. Then I move without thinking, sending my bow to my inventory, equipping my sword, and running at the Stoker who overturned the wagon. Stoker level 4. Stogers are large creatures evolved from docile earth elemental into being with a vicious hatred for anything not made of the same material as them. Perception check failed. This is going to suck. I slash at its back, and as it grabs a woman, the tip of my sword bites and leaves a line that oozes something gray and misty. It roars and drops her to backhand me. Yep, it sucks. I land on my back, a quarter of my health gone, and the stun debuff nice and orange. It's going to be there for a while if I don't do something while the Stoker lumbers in my direction. I will it away, and instead of a failed check I've grown used to, half my willpower vanishes along with the debuff. I'm on my feet, then wince. The lack of a debuff doesn't mean the pain isn't there. I attack while the wagon occupant gets away, and I get my ass handed to me. I knew this was going to suck. The hits that connect pretty much... My hits that connect pretty much all slide off its rocky hide. I avoid its first 2 punches. The third is a glancing blow that takes off 1/8 of my health. The fourth is solid and brings my health down under 1/5. It comes with a dazed debuff. Can't focus enough to will it away, so I'm watching 3 of it walk in my direction, only now noticing the arrows that pepper it. Well, this is it for someone is before me. There are flashes of a sword, then just flashes as someone else joins in. Then there's 4 and the Stoker falls. I'm able to focus when Daz crouches next to me. That was stupid. Herb told you to stay with Max and shoot arrows. They were in danger, I replied. Getting yourself killed isn't the smart thing to do. They were in danger, I reply, my tone sharper. He stops looking me over and to stare. Do you have any idea how lucky you are? I noticed that giant drop in your health. I was kind of busy myself. Yeah, I got it the first 2 times. He looks up. Anyone has healing magic? Our healer's busy with the injured at the front. Down! Someone yells, and I bite off the scream as I reflexively hunch in on myself. Something big flies over us and crashes into trees on the other side of the road. I look in the direction it came from, and I'm not entirely sure I believe what I'm seeing. Chuck, fighting another one of those giant Stoker, his armor's gone, and when he blocks the fist coming down on him with the staff, he sinks into the ground a little, only to then straighten, swing, and knock the thing off its feet as the staff connects under its large shin. When it falls, the ground shakes. Chuck looks around and he looks pissed. He walks toward the fighting. I think it's about to end, someone says. What about the other 2 giant? I ask. Baz snorts. He killed... Oh, this is dialogue. Daz snort. He killed those 2 getting back here. Someone offers me a lavish plate of food. It's going to boost your healing. He helps me sit up and offers me a fork. I eat. I'm not going to pass up on healing help if in the state I'm in. As I finish, the tab for my combat log flashes a lot. It's over, Des says. You have gained a level. You are now level 3. And that concludes chapter 27 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Okay, so that gets compiled. And I will be right back. Okay, so I need to look here. Let's open that. Oh, wait, what? Where's 23, 25, and 26? Ah, you've got to be kidding me. 20. All right. All right. I want posted. I hate the fact that they've just jumbled everything in there. Filling the way. Oh, you're gonna force me to do that, aren't you? Patreon has not changed their system for the better. All right, what am I looking for here? 21, no, 23. And 25. Wait, what? Did I see this twice? Garden caravan doesn't accept. Are you kidding me? I did not post that to Patreon? Ugh. I'm really not liking what's going on here. All right. Let's fix this one. Oh, you're in the wrong one. That's what happened. Ugh. I will not be surprised if what I'm about to do right now is why they've all gotten that happening. because I'm going to deal with posting them to Royal Road and the other places this goes to first, and deal with the rest later, the rest after that. And the odds are I told myself the same thing each time and forgot. So this is 1-7. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We are going up against 28 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead. QWiz Creators in second. Tuliadub takes over third. QWiz takes over first. Sigma's in second. Tuliadub is in third. Let's see. Tuliadub is in first. Sigma's in second. QWiz takes over second. Sigma's in third. Tuliadub killed the Epic. So Tuliadub is in first, Sigma's in second, QWiz is in third as we take down the last group of archers. Was my kill range or flying? Oh well. We've won. Flying. Tuliadub is in first place, 3 kill, 15 assist. QWiz Creates is in second place, 2 kill, 14 assist, and Sigma OS is in third. 3 kill, 13 assist, and someone's late on the uptake. We've got gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have a bluer? Hey, bluer, you are getting gold. Then we have vampires and centurions that no one is currently claiming. Quinn, you get the vampire. Schmootney? Schmootney? Okay, you get the centurions. And we move on to a skin. Wait a minute. Oh, no, yeah, okay. A skin chest before the boss. Right, I need to check in on that. All right, flyers. Do we have... No flyers. That's what I need. Of course, the game's not giving them to me, so it's time for a Lego head. And I said I wanted to check in on that. Really? Ooh, okay. Support that summons the description warrior from farther range. That's nice. Summons 4 level 40. Kind of like that. You know what? I'm gonna grab this guy. Don't know how useful it's going to be. It's not like I use any of my legendaries, but unless the game forces my hand. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how that's going to turn out. I need to do this real quick. Oh, right. I said... There you go. Okay. So that is done. And I'm gonna keep that. So hopefully the reminder, I still have to work on this. So you're gonna stay there. Even though we're going to be working on this. Which means I need to change that to this. And I'm gonna start the other chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon, today we are doing Feeling the Way, chapter 30. Actually, sorry, 31. Yes, I am not entirely ready. I got off my bike in front of the dilapidated church. It was getting warm as the sun reached its zenith. A minute later, a GF all-terrain noisily approached and stopped. I smiled. No, the smile I gave at beating him here dropped as I saw his shell-shocked expression. The morning hadn't gone well for him. We were at the FBI office first thing. I was there to make sure he didn't change his mind. Of course, the agents who surrounded us kept me in their sight instead of him. But Jared asked for the agent in charge, explaining why, and he was escorted away, while I was escorted to a different office where I was questioned too. Almost like they thought I was there to desecrate them or something. I'm not the one with the habit of betting law enforcement agents who are trying to capture him. They don't have to go out to be after me for me to bet them. Also, a bet isn't required. An interrogation table works just as well. I wonder if anyone was watching the camera feed, and if I can get a copy to send Tom. Jared, we can do this after you've rested. The monkey shook his head, but it was more an act to clear it than negation. I'm going to be fine. I need to deal with this. Emotions to the wreck. Actually, you know what? I need to deal with emotions to the wreck of a church with the one who desecrated it. So, this is one of yours? I was cautious in how I asked, doing my best to distance the high emotion of the history I was told from the reality of what Jared represented. I knew Damien was a master at manipulating people when he was alive, but now that he was a god, didn't that make him like the other gods? It wasn't like many of them were forthcoming about their intentions. My god might be among the most obtuse with what he wanted, considering he only spoke in emotions and intent. Yes, he answered. I guess that makes sense. You guys were all about taking over churches, after all. There I went, being all insensitive. He shrugged. I've heard about that, but I don't know what it was about. That was the old one's work, not the blood. I'm never going to get used to you calling Damien that. You think having you refer to your god by him, capital H, sounds normal? Good point. So Wannabe was here? I don't know. The sense of desecration is strong, but we ran into each other before I could do any searching for more. I nodded and motioned for him to take the lead. Inside, it was immediately early afternoon. Immediate early afternoon. Inside it, and the church was well maintained. Even the traces of our scuffle were gone. The pews were lined up. The candelabras had their candles. Is this real? I asked. I mean, are we seeing what the magic wants us to see, or is this actually the church preserved through the centuries? I'm not sure. He ran a hand over the pew. This feels real, but I don't see why someone would preserve this and not make sure the rest of the town survives. Maybe this isn't what they planned. Magic doesn't always work the way we think. He nodded. Maybe. The power is anchored in the basement, so that's where I'm going to be able to tell. Then he whispered, I hope. I didn't react when he glanced my way. He was entitled to think his fear wasn't noticeable. He was as much out of his depth here as me. At least he knew what sent him here. I still had no idea why. That kid had an image of that stained glass in his head. A possibility occurred to me, and I took out my phone. No signal. I'd have to ask Elder Brislow if he had figured out which of the god powered the kid's magic later. My hackles rose again when I entered the back and looked into the empty sleeping chambers. Do you think they intended to be preserved with the church? Jared shook his head. There's no way power on this level comes from a personal sacrifice. Lives paid for this to happen. The town? Maybe. If we know how to do something like if we know how to do something like this, I wasn't told. By we, he means his faction, the other followers of the blood, the god of sacrifice and revenge. As far as I know, I said, every repository of knowledge about the marks and your magic has been raided. Are you fishing for information? I'm just letting you know what I've been told. I hadn't started walking when that happened. He was silent as he opened the door to the basement. A door I knew stayed open when I chased him out. Stop, he did, then looked at me, ear canted. What if we have this wrong? What if it isn't preserved but resets? That would explain why everything's like it was before we fought back there. That's possible. Like I said, I won't be able to tell what the magic does until I've studied the basement. Okay? Then we need to ask one question before we continue. What happens to us if we're still in here when the reset happens? Jack looked worried, then relaxed. The last one happened between the time we left and came back. That means we have at least until nightfall, since that's when I arrived. That was if we were dealing with something happening every 24 hours. I didn't tell him that. He was already stressed enough. A day cycle made sense. That was what we worked on, but thinking only that way was how you made the mistake that got people killed. The problem was that I couldn't think of a cycle that would make sense to people back in the early 20th century. At least not one that was shorter than a day. I followed him down the stairs and I used my phone for light, as did he. I don't care what movie you watch, even those true to magic ones that seem to be popular these days. Using your phone for light is a lot easier and less costly than using magic. Balls, light a fire first. Once you're out of that, then you go to magic. We were back in the smell of death, old and new. Can you feel it? Jared asked. I can feel that magic was twisted into something it wasn't meant to be. He nodded. Someone tried to appropriate the magic here. Can you tell how long ago? Wannabe wasn't supposed to be able to use magic, but at this point I was better off assuming the little I knew about him was wrong. Not recent, but not as old as the church. Closer to now, though. He moved to the center. I'm going to do something. Don't freak out. I raised an eyebrow. I'm an or. We don't do freaking out. He took off his shirt and smiled. And I smiled. Yes, I definitely see why you might think I might freak out. I'd freak out. Take off your pants. I might have to run away screaming. He looked at me, deadpan. I'm joking. You have more scars than I've seen on a body before, living body, I mean, but that's not going to send me running. He looked at his arm and chest. You've seen a body with more scars than I have? Was it someone from the old god? I shook my head. My dads were terrified of my condition. Were terrified my condition meant I wouldn't be able to handle the sight of mutilation, so when I was 13, one of them took me to an autopsy. It was the victim of a serial killer, and he went to town on her hard. She had scars that were 2 years old. There was not 1 inch of her body untouched. He stared at me. Was he caught? I smiled. Oh, he died all right. You? I snorted. I was 13. We have an overconfidence tree, but not that bad of one. 2 of my dads worked together on it. As far as law enforcement is concerned, the killing just stopped one day. Of course, for the next 5 years, we were under constant surveillance. We might hate each other, but we don't squeal on our family, especially when we agree with what they did. Well, showing you my scar isn't what I was referring to. He pulled a knife, something slim with an artisanal feel to it. Then he carefully looked over his left wrist. I was close. I was too far to see well, but he moved the point over an existing scar from a grouping that formed the closest stripe to his hand. I had questions, but I knew better than to ask them now. The result of disrupting magic in progress was rarely pleasant. What he did was anticlimactic, to say the least. He let the blood run down his hand, moved it so it flowed along his index, then knelt and touched the drop forming to the ground. I waited. I waited some more. I waited again because it was always when you thought nothing was going to happen that it did. Okay, I don't have that much patience. I opened my mouth and light rippled away from where he touched, causing marks on the floor to glow. Immediately, I could see some weren't glowing as brightly, as if something was obscuring them, but I followed the light. It went up the walls to the ceiling, leaving behind more glowing marks. I gawked as I took in the now glowing basement. One thing is true across all magic. The more of the magical language is needed to power something, you guessed it, the more powerful it is. He smiled at me. Feel free to freak out. I closed my mouth. What powers all of this? I didn't bother hiding my awe. I don't know, but I'm not worried about that. That was set in place a very long time ago. What I'm worried about is that. He indicated the partially obscured marks. Looking at them, I saw how they formed a pattern of their own, lines on the floor heading to the wall where they congregated into... Is that a door? I asked, and canted my head. The shape was definitely door-like. I think so, Jared answered, looking at the floor. And the way it's arranged, I think it was set up to feed off the existing magic and... Oh, fuck. What? I asked, looking at him over my shoulder. I just boosted the output of all this so we could see it. Okay. Then it hits me. Oh, fuck. Shut it down. I back away from the door, noticing now how it's now shimmering. That isn't how this works. I set the power in. It's going to stay until it gets used up. Really? You just want power into something you know nothing about? Feel free to freak out now. The humor brought me back to myself. I'm a Nor. Yeah, tough guy. Fucks any guy in range. Never let anything stop you. I might be forbidden from harming you, but that doesn't stop me from researching you. I wouldn't be in the same state as anyone from your family if I know if I know they are there. I smiled. There are days when having a reputation like ours is good. What are we looking at here? I asked. No idea. This is someone else's magic latching onto the marks. Someone needed power and figured they'd use this place as a battery. To open a doorway to... Something screeched out of the doorway and flew at us. We jumped in different direction. I pulled my gun as I rolled to a knee. I made out yellow fur with spots, maybe rosettes, jaguar or cheetah. I smiled at the idea of shooting a cheetah, then couldn't help see Eddie, and it vanished. I fired at it. 3 shots. My ear rang. It's not real, Gerald yelled. Some phantom the magic caused to. His scream as the phantom ran an arm through him sounded like electronic distortion. I didn't fire as it kept flying around, muzzles open in a nearly supersonic scream. If 3 bullets hadn't done anything, 17 more wouldn't either. I took aim. Fuck, Dad! Not this time! I holstered the gun. Jared was scared, but lucid enough to stay away from the phantom. What do we do? He asked. Not let it touch us is a good place to start. I looked at the portal. When the magic runs out, is it going back in there? He stared at me. How the fuck would I know? Don't touch that. I pointed to the doorway. Do I look insane to you? I've learned the hard way that even sane people do really stupid stuff. I took out my pen, but drew a blank as to what to do with it. I didn't know any phrase that could affect ghosts, since those weren't a thing. Do you have anything that can affect it? I asked. No? He paused. Maybe? He looked around, then ran to the knife. The phantom headed for it. I was an idiot. I had to be. I ran and put myself between it and him. It was painful as he moved through me. I gritted my teeth because I would not scream. I would not give in to the pain. I was an Or. Pain was part of our DNA. It was what I drank instead of milk as I grew up. That and I felt pain that nearly tore me apart not even 2 days ago. This was nothing compared to that. It it was through me. Okay, I need to make a decision here. Do I make this a mistake? Do I consider this a mistake, or is Wyatt picking up something in the process that he's a little too busy? Okay, it was. I'm leaving it as I think it makes. It was through me, and I could breathe. What did you do to it? Jared asked, and I staggered as I turned. It was like pieces of it had been ripped out. No idea. Now hurry up because it's getting over whatever happened. The missing part we're refilling it. No, whatever it was, that was a guy. Nicely hung too. He looked from me to Jared, seeming torn between attacking me because I caused something to him and stopping Jared. I need to find a spot. Jared was searching his arm, running a finger over the scarification. You have a lot of untouched fur. Who fucking cares if it breaks the look? Survival is more important. This isn't about how it looks, he replied. I have to stay within the stripes. Why the fuck would you do that? Because my God orders it. Limitations force growth. Abundance breeds corruption. The Phantom made a run at Jared, and, being the idiot that I clearly was, I moved to intercept it. It braked off. We were both as surprised at the action as we stared at one another. He searched my face, then screamed. My head exploded with images, and when it stopped, I was on the floor, hand over my ears, and the only sound was my scream. I shut my mouth. Stop! I managed to say before Jared forced the Phantom back into the doorway. I couldn't make sense of everything I saw yet. I know what I did to it. Good? Will it help us kill it? No. I forced myself to stand. The last time I felt this weak, there had been a magically enhanced drug involved, 2 days of dancing, and a bet as to who could abstain from sex the longest. I won, barely, but mainly because I lost consciousness somewhere in there. Jared, a hand extended toward the Phantom, and blood flowed from his hand to create a cage around the Phantom. Look, I can't do this for this long. It's my blood that's flowing, and I'm going to lose consciousness at some point. It's okay. It's not okay. I'd like to live through this. Stefan, I called to the Phantom, and his head snapped in my direction. Images of a young man, a young cheetah, walking through the remnant of the town, awe on his face, and an old map in his hand flashed. And I forced it away. Those pieces that were ripped out, they stayed in me because it flew through me bodily, maybe because I resisted the pain. I don't know why. I didn't know why, but part of Stefan Mullen stayed inside me, the real one. The one, not the thing running around killing boys. It's okay, Stephen. Stephen? I'm going to go with Stephen. It's okay, Stephen. You're out of there. The amazement the young man felt on entering the church couldn't be measured. Stories he'd heard, legends really, of an old map found in a shoebox in the attic. The things that every adventure book needed. And it was his adventure, and it led him to this church. All it had cost him was his soul, not that he knew it then. The daughter and wife he promised he'd return to soon. I forced myself back to the now. When Jared called Stephen a phantom, he was closer to the truth than he thought. Ghosts weren't a thing. The dead don't remain, unless magic was involved. He didn't know what the design on the back of the map meant, but he knew when he lit the basement with the lantern that this was where he could do it. There had always been stories in his family. Stories of magic and power, how his great-grandmother had been able to make things move with the wand she'd made. They said that when he was born, she laid the wand next to him, whispered something, and died the next day. He didn't know that until much later. His father had thrown the wand away. A mark of Satan, he'd said. His father had always clung to the church. So it was appropriate that in this church basement, he felt power. When he drew the lines, the way the back of the map showed, he thought he'd make something wonderful. I ground my teeth. Quiet, Jared called, and he sounded too far. This isn't your fault, I told. Stephen, you didn't know what would happen. You aren't responsible for what escaped when you went into the doorway. Magic could create ghosts, bind a soul to a place, and a lot of time, once bound, no outside force could free that soul. It's okay, I told Stephen. I will stop him. I will avenge you. You can let go now. Once bound, a soul needed to free itself. And that concludes chapter 31 of Feeling the Way. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next one's going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, this is available exclusively on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Whose abundance and why are they breeding corruption? Wait, did I well, actually, I could if it was capitalized, it can be capitalized because it is a law given by a god. Well, no, it's the start of a phrase. Okay, I'm good. And I suspect you are being facetious. All right. So this is what I need. And because I didn't do that either. That goes here. You. Go there. All the time. Cool. Cool. It's good to have a hobby. All right, so this goes here. Okay. So I need to deal with something here. And how are you doing today, Micanthrope? What are you up to? Okay, so 24. So I need to go back to this, and 25 and 26 need to be compiled. Alright, so this posts on Sundays. Really, really hate that I missed the schedule. So 25, sorry, yeah, 25, 26, 27. So I need to cover 3 if I want the 27th. Alright, let's just do it this way then. Putting together the sprites for your visual novel, rebuild them with different tech. Sorry, robust to add new layers and not break the whole thing. That is good. Nothing else. Putting them that far ahead will give me a chance to screw things up. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 17 enemies. And we are off with Cadsby in the lead. Quinn is in second. Sigma is in third. Let's see. Cadsby, Quinn, Sigma. Sigma takes over second place. Quinn is now in third. We're about to lose a villager. And we're about to make them pay for costing us a villager. Cadsby's in first. QS Create takes over third. Sigma is in second. And we're done. We have won. Cadsby is in first place with 10 assists. QS Create is in second place, 1 kill, 8 assists. And Talia Dub is in third, 6 kill, 3 assists. We have gold. And someone late on the uptake again. Do we have the lady with us? How about an Onati-kun? And blue or Swede? No. Well, the gold's up for grabs, people. As is the Berserker, since no one is currently claiming it. Helpful Onion, you get gold. Matt, you get Berserkers. And I get scrolls. Then we move on to the boss. You cannot simply make things simple, Micanthrope. And you are definitely an artist. Alrighty. see. Wait. Before I do that, do we have any flyers this time? Come on, people. I need people flying. Nope. Nobody flies. Why am I surprised? Well, I'm going to get some kills in then. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. All right, so I will do another chapter, and I'll be right back. So I'm confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 32 of Feeling the Way. All right, before I start, there's a very big gap between 31 and 32 in time in the world that I'm not actually addressing. The reason is I intend to write it if I can ever figure out what takes place then. I just had a gap. I didn't know what it was, and this was the next set of scene that I knew was going to happen. So while I'm not saying that, about 2.5 months have taken place between 31 and 32. Not that it's important, I think. The guitar riffs sends the crowd screaming, and I was pulled along. And I was pulled along as they moved, trying to get closer to the stage. I had no interest in getting closer to my brothers, but that was the problem with being in the crowd at a concert by one of the currently more famous bands. Didn't matter how large the stadium they performed in was, it was always standing room only and packed. The standing was even before it was packed. My brothers wanted their fans to move, not sit there letting the music soak in. It's time to party. Okay, I am not doing the singing. I do not wish to break the internet. So, yeah. It's time to party, Weldon sang. Don't let them stop you. It's time to party. It's time for you. The crowd sang along. They opened each concert with that song because it was their concert. It was what their concert were. Party time. You came to them to have a good time, to rock with others, drink, smoke stuff you shouldn't, and if you were invited to the after party, to fuck. I rocked with the others. After this last month, I needed to unwind. Although I didn't sing. I have a good voice since I have Aiden's gift, but it feels wrong to sing with my brothers. It's like they'll know I'm doing it, and then they won't let me live it down. I'm their brother. I'm not supposed to like their music. It's their damn fault. It was their damn fault for being so good. There's no wrong time to let loose. There's no wrong time to stop. There's no right time to stop. Only now matters. Whitney's baritone stepped in as Weldon ended his line, because yesterday was never here and tomorrow might never come. It's time to party, they sang in harmony. It's time to hop. It's time to dance, to get down, to get sweaty, Whitney crooned. It's time to get hard, to pump, and to thrust, Weldon picked up, bringing Golden's never subtle sexual flavor to the song. The world knows who the Orrs are. We're the bad boys. We're the ones you don't want your sons and husbands to meet, because once they had us, they'll be ruined for anyone else. Wrong song. That's The one that one's in the second half, but it gives you a sense of how blatant they are. Have the music streams have banned them from their channel, and still Golden tops the chart. We are the we are good, baby. We are great, and we aren't hiding it anymore. I can't believe they get away with those lyrics. Jared's voice came in my ear. We were both wearing earbuds that as a combination sound dampener and way to stay in contact. I wasn't letting him get lost in this crowd. My fathers and other brothers were in here somewhere. You clearly aren't a music fan, I replied. I didn't worry about those around us. If they weren't wearing their own buds, they weren't hearing anything other than my brothers. I love music, but anything after the 40s isn't it. You are so lucky my dad can't hear you through this. He'd have you against the wall for that blasphemy. I glanced in his direction. The monkey was moving to the song just like everybody else. This wasn't music, my ass. The song didn't end softly. The end pounded you with its suddenness. Warren was going at it on the bass with Winfred drums accompanying him, and then, all of a sudden, nothing. It was enough the crowd tittered as their bodies couldn't quite accept the song was over. The crowd caught his breath. And a great party to you, San Francisco, Weldon yelled. It's good to be home. The crowd cheered. That was mostly for show. That was mostly show. Actually, no, mostly for show. I don't think any of us likes being here, beyond reconnecting with our father for a couple of hours. I'm not the only one with a complicated relationship with him. We are all screwed up in this family. I hope you came here with a lot of energy and a box full of condom, because we are not responsible for the little ones that will pop out in 9 months. Remember, ladies, we only do it with guys, but that doesn't mean the guy next to you only does it with us. Be safe when it comes to sex. It's meant to be fun, not add to life's responsibility. Whitney, this one's yours. When he started playing, the guitar was softer, gentler. With his deep voice, Whitney was the balladeer of the group. He could have guys panting just by singing octaves. On a lark, back in our late teens, we dared him to get a random guy from the crowd we were hanging out in to come with just his voice. William pointed to one, and Whitney approached him, moved to whisper something, making sure we could see his hands. We could see his hand away from the guy, and in a minute, the guy panted. The guy's pants were tented hard. Not long after that, he had to cat Whitney. It is Whitney, right? Yeah, Whitney. Whitney had to catch him as his legs gave out and the front became wet. Pretty sure he'd instead scared the piss out of him. Wolf was there sniffing the crotch. Then he was pissed. He'd been wrong. The song wasn't quite gentle, but about the closest we were able to come. It was about love, the physical kind, about moving as one with your partner, about the pleasure of the body and the meeting of the soul, about the explosion of the orgasm and the power that came with it. They also didn't really hide their magic, although they have strict orders not to perform any of it during a concert after the lawsuit that followed their first one. They were 14 and they decided they were going to make the concert a real party. They weren't quite accused of raping the entire attendance, but I'm pretty sure it was because my dads used every ounce of blackmail they had at their fingertip. As it was a very expensive concert for Aiden's company since he represents my brothers. I also don't know what Whitney sang because I also didn't know what Whitney sang because I was listening to the lyrics. I was busy grinding against the guy I had my arms wrapped around while he pressed his ass against me. I just know all of Golden's songs. I caught sight of Jared holding a woman and dancing with her, although what they were doing was a lot less lewd than most of us, or what Whitney was encouraging us to do. Sorry, did you think the sex only happened in the after party? Why do you think Weldon told everyone to have a box of condom now? We are sex incarnate, and Golden went on the stage, broadcast it wantonly. No magic involved. I kept on dancing with the guy I held once Whitney was done, and well into the next song. We finished with the song's climax. Then I held him while his legs stopped wobbling. I snapped his tail strap back in place and stepped away from Jared's wide eyes. I'd already packed it in, so it was what we'd done that had him stunned. You're going to want to close it, I told him before a cock lands in it. Jared's offended reply was barely audible under windscreen's drumming, getting barreling into the world that started. I rocked to it. William never admitted, but I was pretty sure this song was for me. The music, the lyrics, they spoke of pushing my bike to its limit on the highway, of the freedom of the open road, of the wind catching all my problems and ripping them away. And, unfortunately, of catching all of it catching all up to me when I stopped and put my foot down. The ending is why I knew it was my song. If he'd written it just to make their fans dance, it wouldn't be included. That was him telling me he knew what I was going through, the only way he knew how, in the music he wrote for the band. No, I don't have that song on my phone. It's too painful to listen to willingly. Fortunately, right after my song came Wolf's, ripping it all up. The howl started before the music, and the crowd picked it up. I was pretty sure Weldon looked pissed for a second as he looked to his left. That would be where Wolf would be. I expected it was where the howl had started. Then he sang, and he channeled his anger in it, because that wasn't a nice song. It was a song about taking what you wanted and not giving a fuck about who stood in your way, or what happened after. It was about kicking in doors, bashing in heads, and loving every minute of it. I was panting when the song ended from how hard I danced, and Wolf howled again. Not a lot of people picked it up because he'd be the only one who still had energy. The bastard would have more than when the song started, seeing as his gift was building energy as he exerted himself. It's magic, don't try to understand it. Then we were back to a generic song, Summertime Rocking. It moved me enough. And it moved me enough that I wasn't tired anymore. I had a weaker version of Wolf's Gift, so if I didn't push too hard, I could keep going for quite a while. After that came Sunset Color, and Whitney took over the lead again. Someone pressed against my back and moved with me. When golden furred hands with cinnamon stripe roamed my chest, I smiled. I already knew whoever had pressed against me had no sexual intention from their position, even if they were hard. The rest of the body language told me they were only interested in dancing. Seeing the fur told me to be ready for some fun. His hand found mine, then he pushed me without letting go, and we moved until our arms were stretched. People moved to make space with the subconscious knowledge they were in for a show. Paul pulled me to him, wrapped his arm, found my other hand, wrapped me in his arm, found my other hand, and I was spinning the other way until he stopped me. Then we were together and dancing, close, then apart, hands roaming over each other, taking the pieces of the tango and salsa we were playing with and raising the heat a fair bit. When we ground against each other, it looked to anyone watching. To anyone watching, like we were going to come from the friction, but this was us putting on a show. I didn't know my cousin was here. As Dietrich's son, he had an odd position within our family. He was an Orr, even if he hardly ever used the surname. Actually, okay, there's actually a mistake right here. Because I think, technically, Paul is their uncle. Because to be a cousin, he would have to be the son of one of the of a family from another one of his brothers. He's the son of an uncle. Actually, no, he's the son of yeah, he's the son of a he's the son of a great uncle. because he's their grandfather's brother. I'm still going to stay with cause because I'm going to weave it within the way the family treats Paul, and the fact that he's also actually I don't know how. I don't actually know how old he is. He might be older. He might be old enough to be an uncle, actually. Anyway, that's for second draft. As Dietrich's son, he had an odd position within our family. He was a Nor, even if he hardly ever used the surname. But when we talked about family, somehow it never included him by reflex. We needed to make a conscious effort to mean him, too. He didn't mind. He liked the distance between him and us. He was also the one Or whose company I genuinely enjoyed. He was the normal one by the usual definition of the world. Well, not included that he too was magic. He was an Or after all. He was pressed close when Whitney brought the song to an end, panting, and fuck did I want to finish what the dancing started. But Paul wasn't like us. He had morals and self-control. If I wanted to have sex with him, I was going to have to hope he would be at the after party or I'd have to visit. He tapped his ear and stepped away. People were applauding. He chuckled, took my hand, and bowed. I followed suit to make him happy. When we straightened, I sent his phone my bud frequency. "It's good to see you, Wyatt," he said, and hugged me. "How have you been?" When I said he was normal, I meant he had empathy. Not like I did. His gift was dancing. It's more complicated than that, but I'm not elaborating. But he had the normal empathy most of the population was born with. "I'm managing," I replied. I avoid lying to him when I can. When someone cares about me, I don't want to give them reason to doubt what I say. No, this isn't the same as with my fathers. I lie to them all the time. It's the only way to get them off my back sometime. They love me, but I never said they cared. "You want to grab coffee and talk while we're in the city? Can I get back to you about that tomorrow? Considering my dads and all my brothers are in the stadium, I might have to flee the city before the night's over." "I'll expect a call. Who's your friend?" He nodded to Jared, who was watching us. I linked him to the conversation. "Co-worker," I replied, and Jared started. "Are you getting better at working with others?" Paul asked in mock surprise. "He's straight?" Yeah, that was what he was implying. "Then how come you haven't chased him off?" Now he was mocking our working relationship. I was mildly surprised the monkey hadn't interjected his opinion. I picked my words. "If we don't work together, we'll get in each other's way, and the Brislow elder sort of said we should. You know, you go along with what he wants too often, and I'm going to start thinking you're trying to ingratiate yourself in his goodwill to get at Eddie." I laughed. Even Eddie knows we're nothing more than fuck buddies. We're simply great fuck buddies. One of these days, will have a serious relationship outside of our God or society. We don't need. Tell that to Roland and Neil. I wanted to point out that they, like him, weren't raised to be society. None of us expected them to live to our standard, to live by our standards. How about we go our separate way before one of us pisses the other off? "Pisses off the other," I said, smiling. I was only half joking. "Enjoy the concert," he told me, then offered his hand to Jared. "Good to meet you, Wyatt's co-worker." They shook, and Paul vanished in the crowd. Cousin. Okay, and you know what? I can actually work this here. Before disconnecting Paul from the uncle. More like, well, like a great. It's removed. You know, and there was my great. No, my grandfather's. So figure out what that made all us yourself. Cousin, that's where he's 20. All right. All right. So a cousin, I told the monkey before he could ask, as I disconnected Paul from the earpiece, from my earpiece. More like a great cousin, cousin once removed. Dietrich was my grandfather's brother, so you figure out what that makes Paul to us yourself. He's a cousin as far as we're concerned, even if he's 20 years older. Trouble? He's reasonable, so no. So we. Hello, Greater San Francisco, someone said over the sound system, and my head snapped to the stage. Somehow, only now realizing how wide it was, which made no sense. I knew this stadium. I knew how large the stage was supposed to be. How had I forgotten how large it was? The answer was simple. Magic. Aiden, I hope you are recording this because you're not getting a repeat performance. And the guitar started playing. Oh, this is so fucking not good. This concludes chapter 32 of Feeling the Way. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. Wait, what? That doesn't work. Anyway, if you want to read the story, it's available exclusively on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yeah, that definitely didn't work. No idea. I'm actually not sure what I said. Okay, I need to keep those because I need to find a place to slot them in the schedule. Ugh. Okay, first, feeling the no, the world witches. So let's get back here. Okay, a log. Which one is the last one I did? 25, and I screwed something up. So that can be removed. So let's go here, and it'll be the 19th, I think. The world witches. So let's edit that away. So 35, and yeah, that's not correct. So, let's not, one thing at a time. Let's avoid distraction, because that's how I screw stuff up. All right, I will be right back. Is there any system messages in here? No. Well, that makes this a little simpler. So, all right, so that confirms. So that is done. So let's. Wait, what? What's this? Nope. Wait a minute. Okay. So now 26 is what I meant. Yes, I am not risking that being screwed up. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We are going up against 56 enemies. Taliadub is in the lead. Casby is in second. QS Create is in third. DevGo almost, but Jam Jam takes over third. Ooh, I killed the boss. Taliadub is in first. Jam Jam is now in second. Catsby is in third. As we decimate the enemies around here and wait for the other ones to come to us, it seems. Alrighty, Taliadub is in first. Wait, I'm no longer the one with the most killed? Really? Oh, am I dead? No, I'm not dead. I guess I'm just being left behind. Oh well, Taliadub is in first, Gatsby's in second, QS Create is in third, and with that, we're done. Taliadub is in first place, 4 kill, 35 assist. Catsby is in second place, 1 kill, 18 assist. And QS Creates is in third, 2 kill, 15 assist. We've got some small gold. Do we have the lady? How about in Unatikun in a bluer Swede? There's Bluer. Are you in the chat? Bluer, are you in the chat? Are you paying attention to Koenig? Then we have a monk and a Lego head that no one is currently claiming. So that's awesome. Gets monked. And the Salazar gets a Lego head. And we move on to the next map, where we will get gold, skin, and scroll. But will I get a flyer? Well, 3 of them. So let's start with a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Okay, flyers. Come on, no flyers here. All right, fine. So we're going to play with a fairy instead. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And now, where am I at? That was 26, right? Yes, so let's deal with that. Hey, Bluer. Well, now I don't have a choice but to update your clock. How close are you to reaching diamond with any of your captains? I'm 2 battles away with one of them. I didn't think, I honestly, the way I don't play very intensive, I didn't expect to get close to that with any of them this quickly. Right, you guys don't do centered. You have to. Okay, cool. You, yes. Um, which Thursday would be convenient for you? Basically, that's how read my work. That's how it works. You claim it. We work out a date. Do I have any skins from my captain? I've got a few for the lady rights. Otherwise, I don't really bother. Um, if it's um, that's Thanksgiving in the U.S. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, next Tuesday, the 23rd. Okay, so 12:30. It is in the afternoon. I hope it's marked in the. And will that? Yes, I'm on the Eastern time zone, so it is currently 11:23 for me. Cool. Um, where will the file be on something like Google Doc, or will you be sending it to me on in a DM or something like that? You get 3 points if you place a unit with skin from your captain, else it's just 2. Oh, cool. I did not know that. So when it says 98 loyalty with when I'm a captain, that doesn't mean I fought 98 battles. It means that I've accumulated 98 points. Okay, that would explain why it moved faster than I expected. Okay. I mean, whichever one is more convenient to you. Like the way I will do it when I read it is I will take the document and put it in Scrivener because I've got that formatted so that it's visible to the chat. But it's just so that I know where I will be getting the file from. If you do it on Google Doc, try to get me the link uh, a day ahead of time so I can so that I'm not going to read it at a time, but it'll give me the time to set the file up so that when we start, I don't have to spend time dealing with all that, because I find that many times when taking a file from anywhere and putting it in Scrivener, I need to get some formatting done so that it will look pleasant to me, that it will look in such a way that it's pleasant for me to work with. Like, you don't need to give me the link right now, but like if a couple of days before, if you could, I would appreciate it. Okay, that is done. So now I can do chapter 27. Yeah, you can send me that too. I would say send it as early as possible, because I've never used somebody else's file that way. So I have no idea how simple it will be for me to set that up. Like if it might just be, click the file and everything starts properly. Then again, it might not. So I know that you need to send the entire folder. So you're going to want to zip that, and but beyond that, I am not sure. But yeah, that works. Like I can whisper, I can DM you / whisper you the my email address if you want. Again, like to me, it's whichever one is most convenient for you. I'm very versatile. Gula may be easier for your brain. Okay, that's cool. All right, very cool. Yeah, just send me the link, and I'll be able to set it up so that All right, but with that being done, it is time for me to go grab lunch. Hey, Anthony, you're arriving just as I'm about to take lunch. So, I will be back in hopefully 20 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, actually, I need to do something real quick. I need to set that up. Otherwise, I will see you when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 42 allies. We are going up against 22 enemies. And we are off with Awesome in the lead. Onatikun was there, is gone, is back. Sigma is now in first. Salazar is in second. Awesome is in third. And we're down to what? One, two enemies? No, three of them. Sigma's in first. Salazar is in second. Awesome is still in third. Sigma's now in second. Awesome jumps into first. Sigma's in second. We have a boss, so that's all that's left. That Teleodub kills, and with that, we are done. Sigma OS is in first place, 3 kill, 8 assist. Dax Karma is in second place, 4 kill, 6 assist, and that's Awesome is in third with 9 assist. We have Centurions, we have Vampire, we have no one currently claiming any of those. So, Cadsby, you get Vampires, and Dax Karma, you get Centurions. And hello, Natikun, your clock has been updated. Welcome to the stream. And we move on to a mystery battle on the way to the gold chest. Will I get flying? Will there be flying enemies in there? Can I get my flying kills? I do not see anything flying in here. Oh, wait. Okay, well, I've got 2 of them. So let's see if I can grab one. And we will see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Toll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 41 allies. We are going up against 73 enemies. And we are off with, I don't know if I got anything. I'm showing up as 1 kill, so hopefully I got one. And so Raptor's in the lead. Onatikun is in second. Blue Swede is in third. Toliadub takes over second. Onatikun is in third, tries to take over second, and is back in third. Blue Swede takes over third again. Skirtle is now in second place. As we have a few enemies left. And I think we're done. There we go. We have 1. And I got 1 flyer. Cool. And so Raptor is in first place. 16 kill, 25 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Skirtle is in second place. 6 kill, 13 assist. And Toliadub is in third. 10 kill, 3 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady? How about an Onatikun? There we go. Onatikun, you get the gold. Then we have a bomber that no one is currently claiming. So, ABK, Habk, you get bombed. And we move on. Ooh, get scrolls. Get magic. And we move on to a very hard battle before the gold chest. And I'm still looking at flyers that... Oh, there's some there. All right, what do I have access to that might kill? Oh boy, I'm good. Well, actually, if I do that, they're the only thing in my range. So hopefully in a half an hour, we will see that this turns out in my favor. And welcome to the Raiders. Worthy Girl, sorry I was not there for your raid. I hope your stream went well. Hello, Waifan. Hello, Uncle Tuben. Hey, Blue Moon. Welcome to the stream, everyone. For those who do not know me, I am Kindar, the Tiger Writes. And if I can find my cursor, there we are. And this morning I was doing read and corrects. This afternoon I will be working on Rabid, which is book 6 in the Man and Monsters series. I do need to clean up a few things. Oops. Pop up a dialogue. Yeah, don't save that. Alrighty, so chapter 9. This is an Alex chapter. So I need... I need to come up with a target that is one, sufficiently large to justify the big boss being there. So, since we're dealing with human trafficking with a very strong slant towards the sex trade, what if this was a training house? Atoll Station. One battle station. We have 40 allies. We are going up against 26 enemies, and we are off. How many? I've got 5. Well, let's see how many of them are. Dez Hoovers is in first place. Jesse Koo takes that over. Bob Infinity's in third. Dez is in second. Jesse is in first. Bob Infinity maintains the third. Holy cow, I'm still alive. Not for long. Yep, I'm dead. Jesse is in first place. Dez is in second. Bob Infinity is in third. And we are done. We have won, and yes, I got my kills. All right, gotta put a necromancer on. Jesse Koo is in first place, tied with Dez Hooves, 9 assists each of them. Bob Infinity is in second place with 6 assists. Tullier Dub is in third, 1 kill, 4 assists. We have Flying Rogues, we've got Berserker. We have no one claiming them at this time. Mope, you get the Berserkers, and Tullier Dub, you get the Flying Rogues. And we get to move on to a gold chest on the way to the skin. I don't know that we're going to make it to the boss today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 2.5 hours. Yeah, we're not going to make it. All right, well, with that done, Necromancer. And you know what? Let's go here. Let's do that. Let me clear this. This may flip automatically tomorrow. I don't know if it's... not a big deal. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this will turn out. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 36 allies. We are going up against 37 enemies. Co-op Dog Den. Dog Den is now in third. Gatsby's in first. Sigma's in second. Co-op is in third. As we go for the boss, that's dead. Jesse killed the Epic. Casby's in first. Co-op takes over second place. Sigma is in third, but Vidri, Vidri Dutch takes over third. And we're done, I think. Yep, there we go. We're done. We have won. Catsby is in first place, 2 kill, 14 assists. Co-op Dogden is in second place, 2 kill, 13 assists. And Vidri Dutch is in third with 12 kill. We've got gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have a blue or no? Still not there, bluer? Really? Okay. How about an Onatikun? Then Onatikun gets the gold. Then we have Centurions that no one is currently claiming. Am I really that low on your list that you're not gold with me yet? Please tell me you're not waiting to be diamond to join the boss, the loyalty battles with me. So Mope and Jessica both get Centurions. And we move on to a very hard battle before the skin chest. Yeah, the scroll will be the last one today. Unless you guys want to bypass the scroll entirely and go for the boss, I would vote against it. But, you know, if you guys want that, let me know. Alrighty, singles makes this time for my Lancer. And let's start here. Almost put it there and forgot that this would block us. So, alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hello, Swiftness. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? How are you doing? How is your day coming along? It's going all right. I am glad to hear that. And what were you up to today? It's going sassy and swift? Well, that is definitely good. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 43 allies. We are going up against 71 enemies. And we are off. Sigma OS is in first place, Co-op is in second, and Shoehorn is in third. What do I have in here? A Lego head or my Lancer? Okay. Gatsby climbs to first place. Sigma's in second. Steve is pushed away from third, but is back there. Shoehorn jumps in second. Sigma takes that away. Shoehorn is now in third. As we go for the last group of enemies. Casby still in first. Sigma's in second. Steve is in third now. And it looks like we're done. There we go. We have won. Casby is in first place, 11 kill, 15 assist. Shoehorn is in second place, 2 kill, 14 assist, and Sigma is in third with 15 assist. We have gold twice. Do we have the lady? Do we have a bluer Swede? Do we have an Onatikun? There we go. You two get the gold. Then we have a healer and a Lego head that no one is currently claiming. So, meow meow, you get healed. Kimcar, you get Lego heads. Get a scrolls. And we move on to the skin chest before the scroll, since no one commented on if we were going directly to the boss. Alrighty, still on singles. Time for my Lego head. And you know what, let's just go here. It is past 2, so time for me to check in on the shop, where anything not 29 gets purchased, and I have got that. And I'm above 20k, I get a refresh, which doesn't amount to anything. Oh darn. And in half an hour we will see how this turns out. And now to check in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 gets purchased. Alrighty, and I will be right back. Thank you, the lady writes, from YouTube. I'm glad you like my description. Hey, Creative One, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Work begins soon. Well, I hope it goes well. Wonderful day. Cool. Work is going to be ending for me in about an hour. You're grazing ahead of the 1K a day marker almost every time. Very cool. Which reminds me, I forgot to do something this morning. Let's do it now. Hey, Lord Miller. Welcome to the stream. How was your stream? How is your day coming along? You decided to try a nano, but you're happy staying at the 1K day mark if you don't if you don't get the big win. It's been adventurous and you chose 80% to 80% pants your first serial murder mystery. Oh, very cool. It was great and it's going well. Very nice. I am glad to hear that. Welcome to all the raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Kindar, the Tiger Writes. This afternoon I am working on Chapter 9 of Rabid, Book 6 in the Monster and Bad Man series. That's the right message. You're fine. You'll be lurking and working after you get a refill and food. Right with power. And welcome again, everyone. Since I can't tell if you were already here or not. you haven't started to add chapters. It's 13.5 thousand words straight. Do you mean that that is one chapter, or you simply did not bother cutting things apart so that at best you have scene breaks? Really? Accelerate is not good for readability? You want pickup speed? You haven't cut things apart. Yeah, that's fine. It's, it's a first. I'm expecting it to be a first draft, so yeah, you're not speeding up. Well, okay, okay. Here, I'm going to give it to you because I've already used accelerate. So we're speeding up here. Well, that's basically what they're doing, although in this case, it's called the Alex method. And that came to me because in the previous book, Alex basically does that to enter a warehouse that to provide a distraction while Tristan is rescuing a hostage. You just drive the car through the glass entrance and all that. Here it's a little less warehouse and more wealthy household, but meh. Actually, you're right. I very much love the relationship, the interaction between Tristan and Alex in this story. Well, in all of them. Uh, Although here, it took me a bit to get started. I had issue because I needed to come up with a situation where the location they were attacking would be important enough for the head of the trafficking ring to be there while they're attacking and still make sense. So so it took me a bit to, and I don't know if having a training house for the sex worker they've kidnapped, well, that they're training to sell in a wealthy part of Phoenix, Arizona, makes sense, but that's what I'm going for. If the Arizona guy lives in Phoenix, I don't happen to know anyone who lives in Phoenix. If I did, I might have tapped them for information about the city because I'm nowhere near there. And I'm like, I don't think I could pull it off. Like, I don't think I could make the city feel alive in the story because that's not really how I write. But it would be nice to have access to be able to double check stuff. And the thing I have in the stuff I have in mind is almost like, do they have a name for the bypass? Many cities will have that. The locals will give highways names that aren't things you can easily find by doing searches. And Phoenix has a bypass, the 101, that basically goes from the Highway 10 to Highway 10 in a half circle. Oh, actually, no, it goes. Actually, it even goes down past the Highway 10 at one point. And so I'm kind of wondering, like, I have them driving along that at some point, and if I knew somebody in Phoenix, I would definitely find out if there's a local name for that highway that people refer to it as, and that's what I would have used. Um, Also, an interesting aspect to this is that in the outline that I have, it says that they realize that the head of the organization is there and that they chase and finally and the guy gets away. And I realized that, like, I suspect that when this was written, the plan still revolved around them knowing who the head of the organization was. And that's something I changed. I realized that if they knew who the person was, it would give them too narrow of a focus. And so I decided that no, that, you know, they weren't going to get an information, which now led to me having to figure out how do I get Alex pissed that the person that's there that they didn't know was there is has escaped. And considering that the trouble they've had locating the head of the even the name of the person in charge, I kind of figure making that person somebody obviously important in the organization was the way I would go. So we're going to have advertising, Stream Radio Battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 33 enemies. And we are off with Kaz being the lead. Atir takes that over. Little Lily is in third. Might not be a good place to be, Jesse. Let's see. Atir still in first. Dork Tigris is now in second. Casby is in third. And let's see. Tigris takes over first. Atir's in second. Casby is in third. And with that, we are done. That Dork Tigris is in first place, 5 kill, 13 assists. Atir is in second place, 1 kill, 14 assists. And Casby is in third with 12 assists. We've got gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have an Onatikun? We do. So Onatikun gets the gold. Then we have a fairy. Oh, imagine that. Would we have a Catsby in the battle? Indeed we do. Then we have a musketeer, but Bluer Swede is not with us. So that will go to Skerdibble. Alrighty, Creative One. I hope work goes well for you. And we move on to the scroll chest. You are welcome, Omanati-kun. It was your turn, and you were there. Alright. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Oh. Really? Please tell me I just did not throw it in the bin there. That's interesting. That's not what I want. Fine. You know what? I'm gonna do this slightly more direct way because clearly you're not going to. 11th is when you should have showed up. Okay, what the hell? This cannot be right. Rasputin. Okay, no, that's definitely not what I want. Yeah, I can find some. Okay, another one I forgot to upload. Wow, am I? Okay, well, let's do that then. I'll be right back. What? How? Okay, 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 so 7. Wait, what? So that's 7, so 6 is on the 18th, so... Okay, that's what's going on. I misread the information. So this needs to be pushed 1 week later. 25th. I mean, I still forgot to do stuff, but... Okay. I think that I'm actually up to date on everything for once. If I... No, that's taking for granted I haven't missed anything. But everything feels... So you can't be part. Really, that's interesting. Oh shit, I might have caused trouble. Can I undo? No. Oh boy, please tell me I can... That's not what I want. Where the hell is the import export function? damn it. I destroyed one of my buttons. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, so the timer shut down. Fine. I really should learn to back up before I experiment. I may have problems over the next little bit. Well, I will have to fix this probably as I go. Oh, I know what this button is. That's nice. That's interesting. The timer kept going. Huh. Okay, all right, then that's not the one I want. I want this to in writing. Okay, no, I don't want that at all. Source, what I'm gonna want. And here should be a blurb. There we go. Okay, I think that fixes everything I've damaged. Actually, not quite. And now we find out if this works properly. And my button's gone, so I just... Oh, I apologize. In trying to fix what I broke, I deactivated the microphone. I apologize. Looks like my entire board reset itself. So, apologies. So, battling is done for today. Tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m., the placement will start for the boss battle. So, I hope to see you then. Yeah, I was kind of focused on my start ad and streamer. The button just went poof. So that's I'm gonna have to fix that tonight. Yeah. Um, A reminder to everyone, if you're going to be playing with the settings of anything, please back up first. Don't do what I just did. And with my writing being done, I will end the day with a raid to Sable Aradia. So, thank you very much, everyone, for keeping me company today. I will be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step, and in the afternoon, I will work on shock therapy. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.